I just wonder where he's going to be within the running of the race. He's a quick horse. Is he going to get caught up in that early pace battle? And then the 6 Edgemont Road. Again, this is a horse who's dropping in class. We saw over the course of the past couple of months, those Oaklawn Park races came up super tough for any level, really. So I think Edgemont Road is getting a pretty significant class relief here, and looks like he'll have a shot posted kind of towards the outside as well. Just a couple more minutes left until riders make their way out to the paddock and can get legged up to kick off this beautiful Friday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Double pick 3 at early pick 5 wagering. No carryover for the early pick 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot. Main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good. Race 1 on the main track, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up with a $50,000 claiming price. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 5, Daylight is a gelding. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the horses for the first race. 1 is Crypto, owned by Jack Barry, trained by Mike Johnson. Calvin Burrell is the jockey. 2, Lover Boy, owned by Hayden Noriega, trained by John Ennis. James Graham is up. 3, Tonka Flower, owned by Nova Gratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph F. Nova Gratz, trained by Mac Robertson. Joe Talamo to ride. 4, My Man Flintstone, owned by Stoneleaf Farm of Joseph Murphy, trained by Kenny McPeak. The jockey is Corey Lannery. 5 is Daylight, owned by Julian Erica Lopez Martinez, trained by Alejandro Gonzalez. The jockey is Javier Padron Barcenas. 6, Edgemont Road, owned by Team V of trainer Will Van Meter. Declan Cannon, the jockey. And 7, Busy Channel, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, trained by Larry Ravelli. The jockey, Florent Giroux. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Horses warming up on track just a few minutes away from today's Friday opener, and a very challenging race, I thought, especially from a pace standpoint. I've been looking at some of these horses getting warm-ups on the track, trying to get a little bit of an indication on what riders might send their horses, what riders might take back. All of them surely can't go coming out of the gate. The one horse, Crypto, I wanted to mention on track. He is a very good-looking horse, but it is very warm today, and he does seem to be getting a little bit of a lather on track. So he is warm. He is staying with the pony under Calvin Burrell. Again, this is another horse that does possess a lot of speed, but I truly do think he's going to get pressure from the outside. Taking a look to some other horses, including the 6, Edgemont Road. I really liked how this horse looked today. He has good definition on his shoulder, good definition behind the saddle, Scott. To me, he just looks like one of the fitter horses in here. But the question is whether or not you think the 6 is going to go, or is he a little bit more versatile?
I think he's probably going to be on the send, because that's when he's been at his best, is when he's flashing that speed, especially at 3/4 of a mile. So, I mean, bottom line, this is a very good group of horses running for $50,000. These are horses that you wouldn't be surprised seeing running against Allowance Company in the not-too-distant future. I just had a chance to speak to Larry Ravelli, the trainer of the number 7 horse, Busy Channel, who's currently sitting at 2-1 as the favorite for Patricia's Hope LLC. These Chicago connections, they win a lot of races. And the one thing that stands out about this gelding's opportunity is the lengthy layoff that he comes in off of. And Larry Ravelli does very, very well in these situations, and he said it's just all about works. And I asked him why he wanted to run this horse on dirt today. He said he's been working very well here at Keeneland, so he's going to go ahead and give him a shot.
All right, well, he looks great on track.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes my man Flintstone out for the lead. Edgemont Road is right there on the outside. And these two go at it in a tussle for the early lead. That means Loverboy is going to back away and let them have that battle for the top spot here early on. Loverboy comes away running in third. Crypto is fourth toward the inside. Tonka Flower, fifth up on the outside. Daylight sixth. Busy Channel, last of the 7, and running nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Edgemont Road, a narrow lead to the outside after an opening quarter in 22.18 seconds. And it is my man Flintstone who's right there to the inside, but now a length and a half, 2 lengths off the lead. Lost some ground around the far turn, back in that second spot. Gap of 5, Loverboy third, Crypto fourth, Tonka Flower fifth, and a long way back to Daylight and Busy Channel, who's last as they turn into the stretch. Edgemont Road, a 2-length lead. My man Flintstone is second, coming by the 8th pole. A margin of 8 more lengths back to Tonka Flower, Crypto, and then Loverboy between that pair. Edgemont Road, a 16th to go. Hangs tough, a 3.5, 4-length lead back to my man Flintstone, Edgemont Road, and Declan Cannon take the opener at Keeneland. My man Flintstone across the line in second. Long way back to Tonka Flower in third.
Really an easy win in the end for Edgemont Road, as we thought. Gabby taking the initiative early on in this race, had the 4 pinned down on the inside, and at the 3/8 pole left the 4 in his wake.
Exactly. I mean, I thought there were going to be a couple horses vying for that lead position today, but the 6, Edgemont Road, and even the 4, My Man Flintstone, they were just too fast. Edgemont Road kicking clear by multiple lengths in the end.
Serious time, too. He stops the teletimer in 109 and 22/100. So 109 and 1 for the son of Speightstown. 6-4-3-1. There's a photo posted on the board for the 5th slot, but an easy win in the end for Edgemont Road as he takes the Friday opener.
Photo for 5th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. 6, Edgemont Road finished first. 4, My Man Flintstone second. 3, TONKA Flower third. 1, Crypto was fourth. 7, Busy Channel fifth. 6-4-3-1-7 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's first race, 6, Edgemont Road, is owned by Team V of Will Van Meter. Will Van Meter, the trainer, and Declan Cannon, the winning jockey. Edgemont Road, a 4-year-old gelded son of Speightstown of Sway This Away by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Nursery Place. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast in 1 minute 9.22 seconds. And the results of the first race are official. 6-4-3-1-7, official for Keeneland's first. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $1,209. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. The turf is listed good, rail at 0 feet today. In the second event, a reminder scratch part of entry, 1A rearrange. Also scratch the 7 Golden Lock and scratch the 9 Shell Shock. No changes at the third event. In the fourth race, scratch the 9 Touch of Class. Also scratch 14 Lilac Lace, 15 Kitten with a Whip, and 16 What's Her Face. A reminder, number 13 Some Nights draws into the race. Jockey changes, the 5 Gigi's Gift, the jockey David Cohen. 7 Lucky Shore, the jockey is Declan Cannon. Race 5, the jockey for number 2 Guest Suite is Luis Saez.
Race number 2, 19 minutes to post, as this race will start the early pick 4 on this Friday card, and another very nice maiden allowance race here during the summer meet at Keeneland. And we're looking at the favorite and my top selection, Gabby Fortuna, a filly that's making a nice appearance down there in the paddock.
A little surprised that she's opening up at 6-5. She certainly comes off of a good performance last time out, but she does have some other competitors in here that could certainly step up, especially at the mile and 3/16. It kind of even levels the playing field, so to speak.
Yeah, and for her to run that big off of the layoff last time out is part of the intrigue for me, and I'm sure many out there, to run as big at 1.25 miles. Off that lengthy layoff. She ran second, beaten just 3/4 of a length. She showed good speed. A fairly slowly run race. I think you've got to expect the race to be a bit quicker here today as it's going 1 mile and 3/16. But if she can build off of that and continue the upward trajectory for Jack Swain III, who bred this daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, I think that she's clearly the horse to beat in this spot. The 6-horse SURSUM CORDA is my second choice for Ian Wilkes, a daughter of Constitution from that first crop of Constitutions that have done so well here in the last couple of seasons. This is a Keeneland graduate from 2018, and Chris Landeros rode her last time out to a second-place finish. She came onto the scene late in that race after sitting from off the pace. Don't expect much from her early on, but the same sort of idea with the 2. I think if she builds off of that, which you've got to expect that she will, that she'll be in much better form here today. And if she's even slightly better form, it's going to go a long way against this group. And then USS Lexington, my third choice, the 5 for Larry Jones, and a daughter of Warfront that they bought here at Keeneland back in 2018. I think that she's going to show some speed. She's the danger in here to me against this group, and she is making a very nice appearance down in the paddock here. So at 25-1, I think that she's got every right to take a step forward, as she could be a pace wire-to-wire threat against this group of fillies today.
Yeah, physically she looks very strong. The question is whether or not she can handle the distance. She faded at 1 mile last time out, but maybe the added distance today will give her the ability to just, harness some of her speed and slow things down on the front end. You can see her a very fit-looking individual. But the 2 Fortuna, to me, she just has the build of a long-distance turf horse. She is just all legs. She's lean. She is light. But those are some of the things that you want to see with a horse that's going 1.25 miles or going 1 mile and 3/16. And I love the fact that she finally had the ability to show a little bit more speed last time out. She was second, beaten 3/4 of a length to the favorite, Coylin Bond, last time out. So I thought she was full of run. It was a legitimate performance. I do like her in here, especially with the inside post position and the presence of Luis Saez once again, who's known to be an aggressive rider. But you have to ask yourself, how short of a price are you willing to take on a horse like this? The number 8, Take Charge Patty, will be the second selection. Going back and watching her last race, she definitely looks like she just needs more distance. She was making up ground late. She was closing. She wound up finishing second at 11-1 against the likes of Tizhara, who we saw run really well yesterday for trainer Ian Wilkes. So at least that race has been productive. And like I said, at least from judging by some of her replays, it looks like more distance, the better for her. And then finally, the number 4, More Good Times. On the trainer switch, you have to consider this filly for trainer Mike Maker. She's 4-1 right now on the board, but Mike Maker just knows how to ready his horses to go these longer distances on the turf. And then on top of that, her last race back in March at Tampa proved to be a pretty good one. We saw the second place finisher in there, Why Like This, come back to win. She even is an allowance winner. We saw First Course. Now, she ran yesterday afternoon for Vicky Oliver, and she didn't run very well, but I don't think she handled the ground very well, as the turf was listed as good, but had a lot of moisture in it yesterday with showers throughout the day. So take that into consideration. Physically, it does kind of look like she might be leaning more toward shorter distance on the turf. But like I said, Mike Maker just knows how to pull this off with his horses. And it's encouraging to see Irad Ortiz aboard this 3-year-old filly by More Than Ready. We're about 14 minutes out, I should say, and the riders will be legged up momentarily for the second race here at Keeneland Racecourse, 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The 4-star maiden special weight for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf, listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double pick 3, early pick 4 wagering, carry over for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $1,200. Scratch part of entry 1A rearrange. Also scratch 7 golden lock and scratch 9 shell shock. Post time at 6 minutes. And now the post parade for race 2. Number 1 is Stand Tall, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Ashbrook Farm of Glen Brommagen, trained by Rusty Arnold. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 2 is Fortuna, owned by Jack Swain III. Graham Motion trains and Luis Saez rides. 3, Fashion Mo, owned by Andrew Rosen, trained by Ignacio Correas. James Graham, the jockey. 4, More Good Times, owned by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, by Backstretch Farms Incorporated of David Davila, trained by Mike Maker, Arad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 5, USS Lexington, owned by Russell Welch and trained by Larry Jones, the jockey Adam Busquitsa. 6, Sursum Corda, owned by Deborah Wilson, trained by Ian Wilkes, jockey Julian Leperoux. And 8, Take Charge Patty, owned by JMS Stable of Samantha Siegel, trained by Paul McGee, Joe Talamo to ride. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Well, horses out here on the track and looking at this group warm up, Gabby, I don't think a lot of opinions will really change one way or the other because the 2-horse continues to make a nice impression from the paddock side. Now, as she warms up, we saw her in post parade, and you'll see her on track right now. Fortuna, the filly who continues to take a lot of action, dipped down to even money. She's now back up to 6-5.
Yeah, talking about a couple of things that you want to see from horses when they're on the track warming up for a race that is a longer distance on the turf, say 1 mile and 3/16. You want them to still have composure, right? You don't want them to be too much on their toes, too much amped up. But at the same time, you want them to be bright and have some positive energy. I don't think it's a negative sometimes to see these horses on track get warm and get a little bit of a lather on them because it is a warm day. You just want them to still keep up those energy levels. And that's what I see from the 2 Fortuna. She looks good on track. She's not over the top. She seems to be just right. And another horse that kind of made a similar impression to me, a horse that I didn't use in my top 3, is the 1 Stand Tall. She is bright. She's on her toes, but not over the top. She seems like she's handling the heat just fine. I do think she's going to have to improve, but looking at her build, she looks like a filly that's going to improve the longer the distances.
And she comes out of races with names that you'll recognize. Osaka Girl, just 2 starts back, is who beat her. She was 7th that day. We saw Osaka Girl run a nice race yesterday. Queen Meb beat her. Queen Meb didn't quite have the same run that Osaka Girl did yesterday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. But a good look at a filly that makes a lot of sense in here. Good prices if you can get away from the 2-horse. But I think for both Gabby and I, it's difficult to remove ourselves away from Fortuna, who sits at 6-5 as we approach post time here for race number 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the 4-star, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes USS Lexington from the center of the course. Fortuna is there toward the inside. Stand Tall is in between horses along with More Good Times as they work their way toward the first turn. Fortuna, Luis Saez aboard, the leader by just a length. Stand Tall goes second upon the outside. More Good Times is third, followed by Fashion Mo back toward the inside and fourth. USS Lexington, who broke well, now settles out to fifth, outward from the rail. That's because Take Charge Patty is there down toward the inside as they enter the turn. SURSUM CORDA is last, 23.72 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Fortuna against the rail, leading Stand Tall by 3/4 of a length onto the backstretch. More Good Times far outside and third by a head. Fashion Mo, fourth back toward the inside, managed to save ground around that first turn, and is followed by USS Lexington in fifth, Take Charge Patty in sixth. SURSUM CORDA is last of 7, but right there with the rest. 49.57 seconds the time for the first half mile. Back up front, Fortuna, Stand Tall, still 1-2, still separated by less than a length. More Good Times, a couple of lengths off that front pair, and third on the outside. Fashion Mo, fourth back toward the inside at the entry to the far turn. Then USS Lexington, Take Charge Patty against the rail, still 5 from the front, and SURSUM CORDA last. It is Fortuna who continues to show the way. Stand Tall has been there with her since the start. A gap of 3 at the top of the stretch then to More Good Times in third. Fashion Mo is in fourth. Take Charge Patty still far back in fifth, along with USS Lexington and SURSUM CORDA. Stand Tall trying to reel in Fortuna. Fortuna has the lead, though. Stand Tall is in second. Deep stretch, Fortuna hanging tough here, followed by Stand Tall. SURSUM CORDA running on late from the outside. Fortuna, Stand Tall, SURSUM CORDA. At the line, Stand Tall rallies up to get it by a head for Brian Hernandez Jr.
Well, this turned into a 2-horse race early on, and Gabby, we were talking as we saw this race develop around the turn. It was going to come down to who could quicken at about the quarter pole, and it looked like the two had won this race, but Brian Hernandez never stopping, and nor did Stand Tall.
Yeah, you can see this filly just absolutely striding out late. It's going to be very close when it's all said and done, but good performance from the top 2 finishers and a threatening rally from the 6 in the late stages.
Congratulations out to Rusty Arnold, the winning trainer, G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Ashbrook Farm, the winning owners of this daughter of Uncle Mo, a Keeneland September sales graduate from 2018, purchased for $320,000. This is the definition of a breakout performance from this sophomore filly.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 1 Stand Tall finished first, 2 Fortuna was second, 6 SURSUM CORDA third, 5 USS Lexington fourth, and 8 Take Charge Patty fifth. 12658 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's second race, the 4-star 1 Stand Tall, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Ashbrook Farm of Glen Brommagen, trained by Rusty Arnold. Brian Hernandez Jr., the winning jockey. Stand Tall, a 3-year-old Uncle Mo filly out of Raise the Flag by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Pursuit of Success, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good in 1 minute 56.44 seconds. Race 2, results official. 12658 official for Keeneland's second race. Carryover for the Toyota Super High Five jackpot of $1,827. Third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. No changes in this third event. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 9 Touch of Class. Also scratch 14 Lilac Lace, 15 Kitten with a Whip, and 16 What's Her Face. A reminder, number 13 Some Nights draws into the race. A couple of jockey changes, the 5 Gigi's Gift, the jockey David Cohen, and the 7 Lucky Shore, the jockey Declan Cannon. Race 5, a reminder that the jockey for number 2, Guest Suite, is Luis Saez.
17 minutes out from race number 3 here at Keeneland. Another nice allowance race. Then entry-level allowance group going 6.5 furlongs. Gabby, and the one horse 4 to 5 right now as we see him emerge from his saddling stall. That's Gozilla for Gary Barber and the Zayat Stables, a colt that's most certainly going to be showing some speed from the inside post.
Shiny as a copper penny, as they say. You can see his coat glistening in the sun here today. But, you know, I respect him. He clearly has talent. He was a winner in his first start. He was competitive in the Hopeful. He was competitive in the Champagne against eventual Belmont Stakes winner Tiz the Law. But the question is, will he be fit enough to handle the 6.5 furlongs today and handle it with outside pressure?
I'm going to go to the 8 as my top selection. Breaking news for Ron Moquette, a Keeneland graduate from 2017, the son of Mineshaft. I think he gets a good pace set up. He's going to be trying to close up against these horses that will be out in front of him early on. And Joel Rosario, such a great finishing rider. I think that Breaking News, especially going 6.5 furlongs, that's a big reason why I like this horse at odds of 4 to 1. So I will take a swing against the favorite Gozilla. But he is my second choice. I think of the speedsters in here, he's the one that you have to respect more than anything. If he can dash away from them with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle, we've seen some very good runs from him. He was third in the Grade 1 Hopeful to Basin, who we'll see running in the Toyota Bluegrass tomorrow. He was beaten in the Champagne by Tiz the Law, arguably the best 3-year-old in training right now as we progress towards the first Saturday in September for the Kentucky Derby. So Gozilla, a lot of things to like about him, and certainly when you see Tiz the Law in the common run line and he was fourth, that's a reason why there's so much money being poured in his direction in the win pools. And then the full horse finally, Wild Poppet. He looks good down here. Maybe we'll get a chance to see him come out of the saddling stall, but when he is right, he is as good as any of these horses in here. His races at Oaklawn Park off of that lengthy layoff were very, very good, those back-to-back performances. Then Randy Morris tried to stretch him out, which you can understand with the pedigree being by Tap It out of an El Prado mare, but shortened him back up last time out. I think second time sprinting is going to be key, and at 12 to 1, that doesn't speak to the talent that Wild Poppet has against this group.
Well, I'm going to pick up where you left off. Look at this horse emerging from the inside stalls. I mean, this horse is absolutely stunning, and he looks great in the paddock here today. He's going to be the top selection, taking a shot at 12 to 1, because he does look like a horse that just, as you said, Scott, just started to fall apart when the distances got longer, when they stretched him out to a mile and a 16th. And then even cutting back in distance last time out, he faced a very tough field at Churchill Downs. So finally at the 6.5 furlongs, I even like him probably a bit better at 6 furlongs, but this distance should be just fine, especially considering the pace in this race. He should be able to stalk just off of the leaders. Gozilla has to go from the rail. I think Hidden Ruler has to go from the inside as well. And then it's a question of what are these other outside horses going to do, like the 6 Heroes Reward and the 7 Alfie Solomon. So I do think he's going to get a good setup just stalking from behind the pace. Now, taking a look at your 4 to 5 favorite, Gozilla, not questioning this horse's talent. It's clearly there. Look at the horses he went against. Basin, Tiz the Law, and others. He clearly has the talent. Will he be fast enough to clear from the inside post? I would imagine Ricardo Santana will get aggressive with this horse and maybe even try to outrun the likes of some of those other speed types to his outside. He certainly looks fit. He looks like a classy individual. He just might get that outside pace pressure, and maybe that last half of a furlong is going to catch up to him in this first level allowance race. But he does look pretty good in the paddock today. The 8 Breaking News for trainer Ron Moquette. This is another horse who I think could maybe get the right type of setup. I don't know if he's as good as the rest of the field that he faces today, but he could just find himself in the right place at the right time under Joel Rosario, who is always really good with timing those moves, closing from off of the pace. The only problem with him is that he just hasn't won in quite some time. You have to go back to last April at Oaklawn when he won in the slop to find his last victory. And then finally, I wanted to touch on the 7, Alfie Solomons, because this is a horse who's making his dirt debut. All 3 of his career starts have come sprinting on the turf, 6.5 furlongs, 5 furlongs, and 5.5 last time out. He could not keep up with the very quick pace going against the likes of High Crime last time out. I think transitioning from 5.5 furlongs with those quick fractions to the 6.5 furlongs here today He's going to be fast. He looks fast. He looks incredibly fit, too. The muscle definition and the power of this horse and his hindquarters, it's unlike any other in this field. He also kind of looks like a dirt horse, I would say. I don't really mind the surface change here. The one thing I do mind is that he will probably be forwardly placed, and I don't know if 6.5 furlongs will be the right distance for him. But I definitely don't mind him getting to the dirt today, and right now he's taking some nibbles on the board at 6-1. But your heavy favorite is the inside runner, the one Gozilla, making his 3-year-old debut, last seen running against eventual Belmont Stakes winner Tiz the Law in the Grade 1 Champagne. We'll see what he can do off of the layoff here today, as a very nice allowance race is coming up next, race 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Taylor Made, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering here. No changes, post time at 6 minutes. Number 1 is Gozilla, owned by Zayat Stables, LLC, of Ahmed Zayat, owned also by Gary Barber. The trainer, Steve Asmussen. The jockey is Ricardo Santana Jr. 2, Hidden Ruler, owned by Lewis Matthews Jr., trained by John Ortiz. David Cohen is up. 3, Solomonic, owned by Gary Tussey, trained by Aaron Shorter. Brian Hernandez Jr. to ride. 4, Wild Poppet, owned by DD Stables LLC of Donna Clark, trained by Randy Morse. Jockey Rafael Bejarano. 5, Luna's in Charge, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Philip Bauer. Jockey Corey Lannery. 6, Heroes Reward, owned by Papa Duke Stable of Tina Scias, trained by Jason Barkley. The jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. 7, Alfie Solomons, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody. And 4, The People Racing Stable, LLC, of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey, Arad Ortiz Jr. And 8, Breaking News, owned by John and Louis Sella, trained by Ron Moquette. The jockey, Joel Rosario. Post time at 5 minutes.
Five minutes away from this third event, and Gozilla continues to take a lot of play in here. And at 4-5, I think he looks even better since he came over here to the front side, Gabby.
He certainly does, Scott. When you kind of saw the field go through, and not, discounting any other runner in this race, he just kind of looks like a different class of animal. He looks sharp today. Maybe he'll take pressure. I don't know. I mean, considering how sharp he is today, he might not even find himself in that position. But he certainly looks fit if he does happen to take that pressure. You can't say anything negative about this horse. He's keeping his cool. He's minding his manners, and he looks very fit.
Yeah, even the clocker was referencing this horse this morning as we had the clocker report for you on today at Keeneland, talking about how well this colt has been training. So 4-5, a lot of reasons to think that he's going to be a big-time player in this race. The number 4 horse, 15-1, he continues to drift up in price, but he is just as good-looking in my opinion. And like I said to you before, I've always had a thing for this horse going back to his Oaklawn races, and I think that he's going to return to that kind of form because the way that he looked when he came out here onto the track, really nice body language from the 4 Wild Poppet.
For sure. As we mentioned in the last race, you just want to see these horses maintaining those energy levels. Horses are going to get hot today. It is a hot day. But are they still, active on track? Are their ears pricked forward? Do they look like they have those good energy levels? And he really shows that to me. I still like this horse at a big price.
Just saw the 6 go by. 5-1. There he is for Jason Barkley, Keeneland graduate, Papa Duke Stable. Another one making a solid appearance at a good price, and he's coming in off of back-to-back wins, but there's no doubt this is the biggest challenge of his career.
I wanted to talk about this horse, Scott, because he is getting play right now. He's down to 5-1, and he was being a little bit temperamental in the paddock. It does look like he's handled himself better here on track. He was acting up a little bit right after the post parade too, but Tyler Gaffalione seems like he's got him settled underneath of him. The 7 Alfie Solomons was a horse that I kind of was mentioning in the paddock as well, that I liked how he looked, but he just looks kind of over the top on the track today. He's very, very hot, so hopefully he can calm down, but he definitely looks like he'll at least show speed out of the gate.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Tailor Made. They are at the post. They're off. Alfie Solomons, rather quick into stride, comes right out for the lead. Hidden Ruler is away running in the second position as they head up the back stretch. It'll be Alfie Solomons outward from the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length, and Hidden Ruler sneaks up the inside now within a neck of the lead, then a gap of just over 2 back to Hero's Reward, who's third by 3/4 of a length. Gozilla is fourth toward the inside, a gap of 2 to Luna's in Charge in fifth. Breaking News is sixth, Wild Pop at seventh, break of 5 more to Solomonic, who is last. Opening quarter, 22.22 seconds. Hidden Ruler moves up the inside, has the lead now by just a neck. Alfie Solomons, second on the outside by 2. Hero's Reward is third by 3/4 of a length. Gozilla, fourth against the rail, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead as they move by the quarter pole. Gap of 3 more back to Breaking News, a wide fifth. Then Wild Poppet as they move off the far turn, and Alfie Solomons the leader. Alfie Solomons has opened up here on a 4-length lead past the 8th pole. Back to Hidden Ruler. Then Hero's Reward, Wild Poppet, Breaking News on the far outside. Alfie Solomons has the lead. Breaking News and Wild Poppet running late, but the leaders past the 16th pole. Alfie Solomons with the lead by 3. Alfie Solomons and Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. Going to be a head-bobbing photo for place. Either Wild Poppet or Breaking News for that runner-up spot.
Well, everything changed in this race after Gozilla did not break sharp away from the starting gate, Gabby, and that allowed Alfie Solomon, the horse that was keyed up early on or in the proceedings before this race, to get the lead and keep on rolling along.
He definitely looked like he would handle the surface well physically. I was a little bit worried about how keyed up he was prior to the race, though, but he absolutely laid it all down on the line today, taking the field gate to wire. As you mentioned, Scott, though, the favorite, Gozilla, number one, he had an awkward inside post position, and it was all said and done when he didn't get out of the gate.
Yeah, we're going to take you back to that start as we focus in on the Keeneland sales graduate winning Alfie Solomon, September sales graduate 2018, and there's the head-on. He just breaks inward. That's the biggest thing, and then he has to regroup, but at that point in time, when you've got fast horses going up against you, you cannot afford to lose that kind of ground, and that was the difference for Gozilla.
And he's a horse that I don't want to say needs the lead, but he's definitely a better horse when he's forwardly placed. You could see him go to the left, Ricardo Santana pulling on the right-handed rein, trying to straighten him up, but it was a little too late after that poor beginning.
Alfie Solomon's too much for him here today as he takes race number 3 at the summer meet at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. The 7 Alfie Solomon's first, 8 Breaking News second, 4 Wild Pop at third, 2 Hidden Ruler fourth, and 6 Heroes Reward was fifth. 78426 unofficial. Unofficial winner of race 3, the tailor-made 7 Alfie Solomons, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, and For the People Racing Stable, LLC, of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward, Arad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Alfie Solomons, a 3-year-old son of Cantheros, out of Meets Expectations by Valid Expectations. Winner bred in Florida by Darsan Incorporated. Keeneland sales grad gets 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 15.81 seconds. Third race results official. 78426, the official results for Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double pick 3 and pick 6 wagering. There is a carryover for the pick 6 of $18,732. Please note that Luis Saez is off his mounts for the rest of the day, so there will be some additional changes to report as we go through the pick 6 portion of the card. In race 4, a reminder, scratch the 9 Touch of Class, scratch the 14 Lilac Lace, scratch the 15 Kitten with a Whip, and scratch 16 What's Her Face. A reminder, number 13, Some Nights, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5, Gigi's Gift. That'll be David Cohen. Please note there is a jockey change on number 6, One Fast Orb. That'll be Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the 6, One Fast Orb. And on the 7, Lucky Shore, the jockey is Declan Cannon. In the 5th race, please note that the jockey for number 2, Guest Suite, will now be Tyler Bays. Number 2, Guest Suite, Tyler Bays, the jockey. 6th race, the jockey on number 5, Zip On By, Edgar Morales. 5, Zip On By, Edgar Morales, the jockey. In the 7th race, scratch the 2, Speech. Number 2, Speech, is scratch No Superfecta on the 7th. And please note there is a change of jockey for number 1, Slam Dunk. It'll be Tyler Gaffalione. Number 1, Slam Dunk, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Featured 8th race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. There is a jockey change for number 2, High Crime, Julien Leperoux. That's number 2, High Crime. The jockey will be Julien Leperoux. 9th and final race, scratch the 2, Mine Own Star, scratch 14, Company Clown, and scratch 15, Rotten Scoundrel. A reminder, number 13, Mr. K, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Okie Roughneck. That'll be Rafael Bejarano. 11, Okie Roughneck. The jockey Rafael Bejarano waved the bug, the weight 119 pounds. And a reminder, contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding. Main track is fast, the turf listed good.
Race number 4, this is a look at 2-year-old fillies, maidens on the turf course. They'll be on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs. Turf still listed as good. And a reminder, this race does start the pick 6 if you're looking to play, and also trifecta, pick 3, superfecta, double exacta, and don't forget about the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot available here in race number 4. And Gabby, this is what we're used to. We're used to Wesley Ward 2-year-olds, and we're used to Wesley Ward 2-year-olds getting a lot of attention. And here's a filly by Air Force Blue that Wesley bred in part with owner Kent Spellman, and she is currently sitting at odds of 3-5.
I was just talking to you off air about this a moment ago. I think 2 trainers in particular have come to this Keeneland summer meet absolutely loaded and ready to go. One of them, Wesley Ward, the other, Kenny McPeak. I can't see outside of this 1-2 shot. I mean, he just gets these horses ready, especially sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, that's the one question. I mean, the fitness and looking at this horse, you got to think that she's going to be fit. But I'm going to start with the 8 horse and go towards the experience in here. Yogurt, the daughter of Algorithms for Tommy Short and Derek Short. They bought her for just $1,300 at Keeneland September in 2019. She's made over $23,000 so far for them, and she's run 2 solid races, one sprinting 5/8, then stepping up and trip to 6 furlongs. So I think fitness, especially over a good listed turf course, is going to come into play. And this filly also comes from a family, the female side, who has produced, the mare has produced 2 turf winners in the past. So the pedigree is there for Yogurt, the 8, as she is a big price, 11-1 right now on the tote board. My second choice is the 3, Guana K, the daughter of Air Force Blue. He was an absolute monster on the turf when he was running, and we've seen from this first crop of Air Force Blues, they've done quite well. The runners for Aidan O'Brien overseas, and we even saw Air Force Blue represented at Royal Ascot just a few weeks ago. So Guana K, hard to get past this horse. If you're playing a pick 6, any multi-race exotic, this horse just simply has to be on your ticket. And then finally, the 13, my third choice, Some Nights for Jason McCutcheon, another one that has had a couple of races. Corey Lannery opts for this one. He gave first preference to this Keeneland September sales graduate. And much like the horse that I like on top, the 8, the experience. You've got Street Boss, Bernardini on the dam side, and you've also got experience on the turf. So we'll see if Some Nights can potentially spring an upset at odds of 15-1.
And the one thing about Jason McCutcheon, you know, they don't spend a lot of money at the sale, but they always are, you know, effective going against 2-year-old competition, whatever time of the year it is, whether it's the spring, the middle of the summer, or the fall. So do take note of the 13 Some Nights, who does draw in off the AE. The 3 Guana K, I'm sorry, I know it's a cop-out pick. I originally picked the 9 Touch of Class, that horse scratched, and I didn't want to go against the 3 Guana K with this horse now out. This 2-year-old filly by Air Force Blue, we already saw him have a winner. Looking at the bottom side of the pedigree, this filly's out of a Malibu Moon mare. Wesley Ward trained the mare. She won first time out at 2 years old, and both of this filly's siblings have to race have already won. So she just looks like an absolute professional, classy actor. They put the saddle on her. They cooled her off with a sponge just a moment ago, and it looks like she's done this 1,000 times before. So I'm going to have to land on her as the top pick. But I will say the 6, One Fast Orb, is making a very nice impression in the paddock right now. She looks incredibly fit. You can just see her good shoulder on her, really defined behind the saddle as well. She's dappled. You can't really tell because they just hosed her down and she's kind of in the shade of the tree right now, but she is dappled. She looks fit. She has a good coat on her. So all good things for this first-time starter by Orb. And you look at the bottom side of the pedigree, she's out of One Fast Frog, which makes her akin to Blame the Frog, who was also a winner at 2. So you get that precocity on the bottom side as well. Now the number 4, Scarf Queen, is a debuter for trainer Tracy Young. I do like the pedigree here by Flincher out of the Warfront mare Loudly. So this horse is actually a half to a horse by the name of Fast Pharaoh, who won a maiden special weight at Santa Anita sprinting on the turf. So you definitely get that influence on the bottom side. I mean, it's turf, top and bottom, Flincher, and then you get the Warfront influence. You can see she does debut with blinkers today. I'm going to keep my eye on her on track. She obviously is a big long shot at 54-1. I would just like to see her a little bit more energized. You can see her handler kind of just pulling her around the paddock. So hopefully, you know, the light bulb clicks on as she goes out to the track. One more horse I wanted to mention as kind of a long shot here is the 5 GG's Gift. I actually really like how this filly looks in the paddock for Carlo Vaccarezza. Filly by High Cotton. You look at the bottom side of the pedigree. There's not been any winners yet, but I at least like how she's put together here for Carlo. And Carlo, is very dangerous with his 2-year-old, so maybe another one to pay attention to. I'll be really curious to see how these fillies behave as they're going through some of the preliminary warm-ups on track. So we will step aside for a couple of minutes and hopefully provide a little bit more insight as these 2-year-olds warm up on track in just a few minutes. But we are 12 minutes out from the baby race, race 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Summer Wind, a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs on the turf, which is listed good. Double pick 3 and pick 6 wagering here. Carryover for the pick 6, $18,732. Scratch 9, Touch of Class. Also scratch 14, Lilac Lace, 15, Kitten with a Whip, and 16, What's Her Face. Jockey for the 5, Gigi's Gift, is David Cohen. The 6, One Fast Orb, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey, and 7, Lucky Shore, Declan Cannon will ride. With 5 minutes to post, number 1 is Lollygag, owned by Penny Lauer, trained by Michael Lauer, Florent Giroux, the jockey. 2, Miss Magdalena, owned by CG Racing Stable LLC, of trainer Cirillo Goristieta. Edgar Morales is up. 3, Guana Key, owned by Kent Spellman, trained by Wesley Ward, Arad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 4, Scarf Queen, is owned and trained by Tracy Young, the jockey Adam Beschizza. 5, Gigi's Gift, owned by J&J Stables of John Williams, trained by Carlo Vaccarezza, the jockey David Cohen. 6, One Fast Orb, is owned by Hugh Bishop, trained by Ben Colebrook. The jockey is Ricardo Santana Jr. 7, Lucky Shore, owned and trained by Robert Sturgeon. The jockey Declan Cannon. 8, Yogurt, owned by Derek Short, trained by Tommy Short. Carlos Diaz to ride. 9 is Scratched. 10 is Silver Maple, owned by Kay Reed, trained by Eric Reed, jockey Rafael Bejarano. 11, Golden Voice, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 12, Lola's Creed, owned and trained by Guillermo Rangel, with Tyler Bays, the jockey. And 13, Some Nights, owned and trained by Jason McCutcheon, the jockey Corey Lannery. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Two-year-old fillies warming up trackside here for this upcoming fourth race, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course, and we're taking a look at your heavy favorite, no surprise, the number 3 Guana Key for trainer Wesley Ward, a 2-year-old filly by Air Force Blue out of a mare that Wesley Ward trained. She, in fact, won first time out as a 2-year-old herself. Just look at her around track. She looks excellent. She just knows, she seems like she knows exactly what she's doing today. She looks very professional. She looks bright, good energy levels on track, and she's got good size to her as well. So, you know, I know that this is a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, but she at least looks like she's got a good combination of speed and also the size that can get her to the finish line at 5.5 furlongs. Scott, what are your impressions of this filly on track?
Oh, she's beautiful. That's the first thing. And I was just talking to Wesley about her, and initially she wasn't part of what he thought would be the first group, group of 2-year-olds that would be forward and early. And he says the testament to the sire, Air Force Blue, and he said they brought her up here, and every single work she just continued to wow them. So he said everything right as far as talking about this filly and what they expect from her. So I think a lot of things, big things expected from Guana Kay here today at Keeneland as she makes her debut.
Scott, wanted to mention a couple of other horses, including the 6-1 Fast Orb. So do take note, Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. He left the pony for a little bit and got a good warm-up into her, and I think that kind of took her to the next level in terms of the preparation, getting ready today, because I love how she's warming up on track. She was a little bit too calm, I would say, in the paddock, but now she looks like she's woken up a little bit on track, and she looks fit and ready to go. Ben Colebrook does a great job with his 2-year-olds.
No question about it. This is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, all eyes on the 3, but we'll see if somebody can put a better foot forward here today on the turf course.
One final thought, the 5 Gigi's Gift. This is a filly that I was talking about in the paddock. Now, 5.5 furlongs kind of looks a little bit too short for her, but she looks really nice on track, and she's 45-1 right now for trainer Carlo Vaccarezza. So 5.5 furlongs, again, might be a little bit short, but she looks well prepared. Sorry.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch number 4, Scarf Queen. Late scratch, Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch number 4, Scarf Queen. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. The Summer Wind started the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. Some Knights quick into stride from the outside, but there goes Miss Magdalena down toward the inside, along with Guana Key. Those two now come to the front. And then One Fast Orb, who's third, close up third, battling for second toward the outside. Top three separated by less than a length. Lola's Creed is in fourth. Some Knights pressing the issue out in the center of the course. The front five begin to line up. Golden Voice is sixth and behind that group, heading into the far turn, a lane off the rail, and is followed by Yogurt in seventh. A break of four more. Silver Maple is eighth. Four back of that one. Lollygag in ninth. Lucky Shore is 10th. Gigi's Gift 11th and last. It was 21.84 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. One Fast Orb is the leader by a length and a half. Some Knights go second, a length off the turn. Miss Magdalena third, back toward the inside. Guana Key is still fourth on the outside, 5 lengths off the lead. Yogurt moves up one spot to her inside. One Fast Orb the leader. Yogurt coming on. Guana Key needs to find more. Here comes Yogurt charging after the leader. One Fast Orb. One Fast Orb inside, and Yogurt moving from the outside. Yogurt and Carlos Diaz up to win it. One Fast Orb home second, going to be close for third, either Guana Key or Lollygag for that third spot.
This is why you do not leave the Keeneland September sale. They bought this filly for $1,300 in 2019. She's now a maiden winner here at Keeneland, takes the lion's share of $70,000. And we've seen it, Gabby, with these two-year-old races, this meet, and these few days of this meet. Experience is key in any of these races, dirt or turf.
Absolutely, and you can see that she absolutely ran down the number 6, One Fast Orb, who ran a pretty good race in her own right, but Yogurt, she just had that foundation underneath of her, and her ears pinned back at the wire. She looked like a happy horse out there. Now, in regards to the favorite, Wesley Ward's Charge and the 3, Guana Key, it did look like she was shuffled a little bit on the backstretch, lost her positioning, and she just couldn't really recover from that.
Yeah, that was the difference. The 6 did run well. You pointed out that filly prior to the race, and she is going to be the one that ends up finishing second. But well done to Tommy Short, Derek Short, the daughter of Algorithms, the Keeneland graduate, a winner right here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 8 Yogurt finished first. 6 One Fast Orb was second. 3 Guanakee third. 1 Lollygag fourth. And 10 Silver Maple fifth. 8-6-3-1-10 unofficial. Fourth race results official. 8-6-3-1-10 official for Keeneland's fourth race. The official winner of Keeneland's fourth, the Summer Wind, 8 Yogurt, owned by Derek M. Short, trained by Tommy Short, Carlos Diaz, the jockey. Yogurt, a 2-year-old filly by Algorithms out of Caddyberry by Cat Thief, bred in Kentucky by Coppercap Farm Incorporated. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 4.02 seconds. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $731. Race 5 coming up. Double pick 3 and late pick 5 wagering. Main track is listed fast. The turf listed good. In this fifth race, a reminder, the jockey for the 2 guest suite is Tyler Bays. Tyler Bays, the jockey for number 2 guest suite. Sixth race, the jockey for the 5 zip on by is Edgar Morales. 5 zip on by Edgar Morales. Seventh race, scratch the 2 Speech. Number 2 Speech is scratched, no superfecta on race 7. A reminder, the jockey for the 1 Slam Dunk, Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey for 1 Slam Dunk. The featured 8th race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, jockey for the 2 High Crime, Julien Leperoux. Julien Leperoux, the jockey for the 2 High Crime. And in the 9th race, scratch the 2 Mine Own Star, scratch 14 Company Clown, and scratch 15 Rotten Scoundrel. A reminder, number 13 Mr. K draws into the race. Jockey change on the 11 Okie Roughneck, Rafael Bejarano. Bejarano rides the 11, Wave the Bug, the weight 119 pounds. And a reminder, contrary to the program, the 5 Dive Deep is a gelding.
Race number 5, getting ready for this 3 other than allowance race, optional 80. You going to give me some props after that winner in the last race?
Well done. It's about time.
Thank you, Gabby.
Is that your first winner of the meet?
I truly can't remember. I will be honest. There's so much to keep track of right now. I'm not keeping a tally, but I'm sure somebody on Twitter somewhere is.
For sure. Did you have the exacta?
Yeah, I guess so. Again, listen,
Good job.
I'm always looking ahead, Gabby Gaudet. As we look to this field, race number 5, a nice group of allowance company, and in fact, this is a race that has a horse that was a stakes winner here last year, the Ben Ali. That's Bourbon Resolution. He won back in April, won by 4 1/4 lengths, sitting just off the pace and dashing away from them. And right now at 2-1, not a bad price on a horse that's run some decent races as of late. He's my choice in this spot. He was second last time out at Churchill Downs. That was his comeback race. He ran against Vacoma, the now 2-time Grade 1 winner and Keeneland sales graduate in that Sir Shackleton at Gulfstream Park back in late March. But I think coming back here to Keeneland, that most recent race, an indication of what we should expect to see from him. He had an outside draw. I think that's maybe why he was a little bit further off of it in that spot. But at 2-1, I'll go with last year's Grade 3 Ben Ali winner, Bourbon Resolution, at 1.16 today. Now, the number 2 horse at 11-1, Guest Suite. Here's a horse that's run 3 big races at Keeneland in his career, and trainer Cipriano Contreras has done a nice job since they claimed this horse back in October of last year. In fact, turned him into a stakes winner at Oaklawn Park in the 5th season when he sprung the upset there against some nice horses, which include Night Ops and Snapper Sinclair. So we'll see if Guest Suite can bring it together here today. He'll be coming on late. He doesn't show that much speed early on in the races. And then Scars Are Cool, the number 3 horse, the Malibu Moon Colt. I think another one that you have to respect off of his most recent starts. He's 5-1 right now on the board as he gets set to make his Keeneland debut.
He's definitely a cool horse, and he's been pretty good to Stan Huff and Sagamore. Last time out, he comes out of the same race that Bourbon Resolution comes out of, but I thought he kind of resented all that kickback. A horse that I think you probably should use when you're looking at that pick 5 sequence, but I go in a different direction in terms of the top selection. Scott, I don't think there's a lot of pace in here. I think the 4, Treasure Trove, is going to be the pace setter in here, and the 2 horses that you were talking about, including your favorite Bourbon Resolution, they come from off of the pace. So do they get the right type of setup today? That's why I liked the 8 Trebling Moon, is because I do think he'll be a little bit more forwardly placed. Last time out, he was coming in off of a layoff. We hadn't seen him since November of last year, and he really just looked like he was run off of his feet early. I don't think he's a 7 furlong type of sprinter. So now stretching out to the 2 turns, second off the layoff, I think he should be able to get maybe a mid-pack trip or a stalking type of trip. And you look at his 2 other than win 2 starts back. I know it was in November at Churchill, but it was good, and he beat some solid horses in that race. So I look to him at 5-1 as the top selection. As we go towards the kind of inside, the 6 Title Ready in the middle of the field for trainer Dallas Stewart, this horse has a lot of class. The question is, will he be ready and will he be prepared in his first start off of the layoff? Last time he ran was back in July of last year, so that's obviously a question, but clearly something went amiss as he was sidelined after that race, and he didn't run very well, but maybe they've regrouped with him. The only thing I don't like about him is that he doesn't have early speed, and I don't think there's a lot of pace in this race. So that's the same case with your favorite, the 7 Bourbon Resolution. And I'll be curious to even get some thoughts from trainer Ian Wilkes to see where he wants this horse to be positioned. Obviously, Chris Landeros has been aboard him plenty of times in the past. He's capable of being forwardly placed. If you can look at some of his back form, even in the Ben Ali, the Grade 3 last spring, but he just hasn't really shown that speed lately, especially in his most recent start. So curious to see what the strategy will be, especially overall with the lack of pace in here. But right now, he is your lukewarm favorite at 2-1. I thought this was a very tricky race and maybe a tough way to kick off that pick 5 sequence. Race 5 in 11 minutes. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley Allowance Optional Claiming Race. Claiming price $80,000. 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Jockey for the 2, Guest Suite, Tyler Bays. Tyler Bays rides number 2. Double, pick 3, late pick 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $731. Post time in 5 minutes. Number 1 is Thirst for Life, owned and trained by Wesley Hawley. Miguel Mena is the jockey. 2, Guest Suite, owned by Contreras Stable Incorporated of trainer Cipriano Contreras, owned also by Victory Stables LLC of David Rodriguez. The jockey is Tyler Bays. 3, Scars Are Cool, owned by Sagamore Farm LLC of Kevin Plank, trained by Stanley Huff, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 4, Treasure Trove, owned by Bayou Bengal Racing Stable of Lawrence Calden, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey James Graham. 5, Royal Mesa, owned by Jerry Namey, trained by Phil Sims, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. 6, Title Ready, owned by Charles Fipke, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Corey Lannery. 7, Bourbon Resolution, owned by Bourbon Lane Stable of Jamie Hill and Michael McMahon, trained by Ian Wilkes, Chris Landeros to ride. And 8, Troubling Moon, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time in 4 minutes.
Group of classy horses out on the track right now for race number 5, stakes-winning types. And here's a good look at the 3-horse. And boy, does he look even better in warm-up. He looked great in the post-parade. That Scars Are Cool for Sagamore Farm. The colt by Malibu Moon, who's won 3 of his 12 starts. Big, flashy chestnut 4-year-old colt coming off of some solid races, and a horse that certainly is dangerous at this mile and a 16th level. So you've really got to appreciate the way that he looks out on the track. Well done to Stanley Huff with the number 3 horse at 9-2 right now as we're 3 minutes to post. The number 5 horse, Royal Mesa, another one that I think you've got to pay attention to for Phil Sims, as well as the number 6 horse, Title Ready, and Bourbon Resolution. Bourbon Resolution, the number 7, the horse that we saw win the Ben Ali last year, a horse that makes his comeback here to Keeneland. He's run 2 big races. He sprung the upset in the Ben Ali and has not won since, but I think that his most recent race is more indicative of what we will see from him here today. He is the very lukewarm favorite in a very wide-open race here in race number 5, as they'll be set to go a mile and a 16th. It'll be really interesting to see how this pace scenario shakes out in here. Will Troubling Moon go from the outside? Who's going to take the advantage of trying to go gate to wire in this mile and a 16th run? A nice challenging race featuring last year's Ben Ali winner in Bourbon Resolution.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. And there goes Treasure Trove along with Royal Mesa. These two come to the front as a team in the opening strides. Thirst for Life comes away running in third, and then Bourbon Resolution fourth up on the outside. But Treasure Trove has the early lead. Treasure Trove against the rail leads it by a half length. And then Royal Mesa second on the outside, a length and a half. Thirst for Life third back toward the rail by a neck. And then Bourbon Resolution is fourth on the outside, a gap of 3 back to Title Ready, saving ground to the inside, but fifth around the first turn. Troubling Moon is in sixth, a gap of 3 more lengths back to the two trailers. Guest Sweet to the inside, and Scars Are Cool to the outside. 23.7 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Treasure Trove is the leader and leads it by 2.5 lengths. Royal Mesa second by 2. And then Bourbon Resolution third, a half length. Thirst for Life is fourth, a gap of 4 to Title Ready, followed by Troubling Moon, who's lost ground on the back stretch. Guest Sweet moves by to the inside, and then Scars Are Cool between horses at the back. It was 46.43 for the opening half mile. Treasure Trove, the leader by 3 lengths around the far turn. Royal Mesa second by 3. And then Bourbon Resolution, who's being called on for more run, but is still third by a neck. Thirst for Life is fourth toward the inside. The leader is already past the quarter pole. Treasure Trove leads it by 2.5 lengths to the top of the short stretch. Royal Mesa second, gap of 3 back to Title Ready, who's trying to get something going to the outside of Bourbon Resolution. Title Ready comes storming into the final furlong, and a late charge from Scars Are Cool behind that one. And fighting on still Royal Mesa. Bourbon Resolution fourth. Royal Mesa Title Ready side by side. Title Ready ahead in front. Title Ready gets up by a neck for Corey Lannery. Royal Mesa fought hard but had to settle for second. And Scars Are Cool was third.
Nice stretch battle here down the lane as it looked like the number 5 horse was going to be able to kick on here, but it is the horse coming over the top. Title Ready, the number 6, with Corey Lannery coming away with the win at odds of 8-1.
We have been absolutely gifted with some pretty exciting stretch runs here, and this definitely was the case between Royal Mesa and Title Ready. Credit to Dallas Stewart for getting this horse ready off of the year layoff. The class prevailed here in this one.
Congratulations to Dallas Stewart and winning owner, winning breeder Chuck Fipke. Title Ready, certainly ready here today in this 5th event.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. The 6 Title Ready was first, 5 Royal Mesa second, 3 Scars or Cool third, 7 Bourbon Resolution fourth, and 2 Guest Sweet was fifth. 65372 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Hunter Valley 6 Title Ready, owned and bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Corey Lannery. Title Ready, 5-year-old son of More Than Ready, out of Title Seeker by Monarchos. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 42.6 seconds. Race 5, results official at Keeneland. 65372, the official results. Carryover for the Toyota Super High Five Jackpot, $2,677. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good today. In the 6th event, the jockey for the 5 zip on bye, Edgar Morales. 5 zip on bye, Edgar Morales is the jockey. Looking ahead to race 7, scratch the 2 Speech. Number 2 Speech is scratched. No superfecta on the 7th race. Jockey for the 1 Slam Dunk, Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione rides the 1 Slam Dunk. Featured 8th, Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Jockey for the 2 High Crime, Julien Leperoux. That's the 2 High Crime, Julien Leperoux. 9th and final race, scratch the 2 Mine Own Star. Scratch the 14 Company Clown. And scratch 15 Rotten Scoundrel. A reminder, number 13 Mr. K draws into the race. Jockey for the 11, Okie Roughneck, will be Rafael Bejarano. Wave the Bug, the weight 119 pounds. And contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding. Early pick 5 is in the books, pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Sixth race coming up to start the late pick 4. Edgemont Road, a 16th to go. Hangs tough, a 3.5, 4-length lead back to my man Flintstone, Edgemont Road, and Declan Cannon take the opener at Keeneland. Stand Tall trying to reel in Fortuna. Fortuna has the lead, though. Stand Tall is in second. Deep stretch Fortuna hanging tough here, followed by Stand Tall. SURSUM CORDA running on late from the outside. Fortuna, Stand Tall, SURSUM CORDA. At the line, Stand Tall. Alfie Solomons has the lead. Breaking News and Wild Poppet running late, but the leaders past the 16th pole. Alfie Solomons with the lead by 3. Alfie Solomons and Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. One Fast Orb, the leader. Yogurt coming on. Guanakee needs to find more. Here comes Yogurt charging after the leader. One Fast Orb. One Fast Orb inside. And Yogurt moving from the outside. Yogurt and Carlos Diaz up to win it. Bourbon Resolution, title ready, comes storming into the final furlong, and a late charge from Scars Are Cool behind that one. And fighting on still Royal Mesa, Bourbon Resolution fourth, Royal Mesa title ready side by side, title ready ahead in front, title ready gets up by a neck for Corey Lannery.
It's late pick 4 time here for this Friday card. Summer meet at Keeneland continues, and we continue with these fantastic allowance races, and we just continue to see wonderful races. We've had some big payouts here today, and that could be in line if anybody is able to beat this 8-horse, who is the favorite right now and is my top selection in this spot. Candy Cornell, the son of Candy Ride, who's getting set to make his Keeneland debut.
And this does kick off the final pick 4 of the afternoon. And Scott, hopefully we can bring one home here today. I'm hitting the all button to get through the first leg of the sequence. Who did you use in this leg?
I went 4 deep. I went 4, 6, 7, and 8. So I used one more horse on top of the 3 that you see there on the screen. Again, 4, 6, 7, 8. My selections for the pick 4, which starts here in 14 minutes. But going to the favorite, who's 9-5 right now, Candy Cornell. Good races as of late, good speed. I like the outside draw. David Cohen, Robertino Diodoro, they've been a force for some time, especially down at Oaklawn Park. And I think that this 5-year-old should be ready to roll here today. And obviously people feel the same way. So 2-1 as he comes off the 3-month layoff with Candy Cornell, the number 8 horse. The 7, my second choice, Al Mithmar for Phil D'Amato. The play here is returning to sprinting. He's a horse that they've gone back and forth with as of late. They've gone to the route distance Last time out, he ran into a pretty nice horse by the name of Intrepid Heart, and he was 6th that day. But this gelding, cutting back in distance, look for him to try to come on late, one would think, or not, it's fairly close. I mean, he does have some tactical speed here coming into this race from past performances from him. And then the 6-horse Super Soul for Steve Asmussen. He is a son of Awesome Again. Boy, is he a classy-looking 5-year-old. This is just his 6th start. This will be the first start for him for the Zayat Stables with Steve Asmussen. He was previously out in Southern California with Bob Baffert. So from one Hall of Famer to another, this 5-year-old goes, and the workouts look very strong, and we've seen some good sprint races from him in the past. So watch out for Super Soul as he sits at 19-1 with Corey Lannery looking for back-to-back wins on the card. Just wanted to point one more horse out that I thought looked fantastic down here in the paddock. That's the number 5, Zip On By. He was a winner last time out at Mountaineer. He ran very fast, 57-4. He's been part of some fast run races, including being defeated by one of your favorite horses, I know, Curates, back in April at Oaklawn Park just 2 starts ago. So watch out for him as he's getting some attention at 7-1 just based on looks and based on that recent race. And by the way, Gabby, the turf has just been upgraded to firm. So that's great news because the Maker's Mark mile is on the horizon, that Grade 1 feature of today. We're just about 45 minutes away from post time for the Maker's Mark.
Right, and something that is good information as you're constructing those late pick 4 tickets. So turf has been upgraded to firm. The main track is fast. It's been fast all day long. Now, the 8 Candy Cornell is going to be my top selection as well. But there's a reason why I hit the all button. I don't think that this horse needs to be a very short price. There's plenty of options to go for. I think 2-1 is probably a fair price on him, but you kind of have to ask yourself, how low are you willing, low of a price are you willing to take on a horse like this, especially considering the fact that he's 1 for 16 on a fast main track. Sometimes, especially as of late, his better races have come with a track with moisture in it, including his allowance win 2 starts back on a muddy sealed track. So I do respect him. He's got a good outside post. He's got speed, but I don't think he's a lock by any means. The 1 Traveling Midas to the inside for trainer Rusty Arnold is a horse that I think is interesting. He was bet down to kind of a short price last time out at 3-1, coming in off of the freshening, and he just didn't show up. I don't know what went wrong there because he definitely seemed like he fit that race. He was in very good form down in South Florida, and I think we might be able to see him bounce back today. I mean, his allowance win 2 starts back was good. He beat a horse by the name of Over Deliver, who would come back to win. He finished second to the likes of Soldado, who at the time was a really good Todd Pletcher trainee. So I think Traveling Midas definitely has class and might be able to rebound here today at 12-1. And then finally, the number 9, Rubus. I like this outside post position for this horse because he can kind of let everything unfold inside of him and then go from there. He's a horse that seemingly is pretty versatile. He can close from off of the pace. He can sit a bit closer too. So I like at least that versatility that we get from him. He's also coming out of tough races. Last time out, he faced CZ Rocket. Go ahead and look at the Sunday allowance race on Sunday afternoon, where we're going to be seeing CZ Rocket. He's going against the likes of Mr. Money, Whitmore, many others in that allowance race on Sunday afternoon. So Rubus is coming out of a very tough race last time out, and I think his race 2 starts back is definitely good enough to win. So throwing in a price play in there as well. But again, I'm hitting the all button in the first leg of the pick 4 and singling later. I do think this is a very, very tough field. So the pick 4 starts now within that sequence. Race 7 is the Grade 3 Beaumont, and race 8 is the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, capped off by a very tough maiden race in the last race. At 6 furlongs. So take a look at the sequence. We are about 9 minutes out from the start of that late pick 4 and race 6. Good luck.
As Scott and Gabby noted, the condition of the turf course at Keeneland has now been upgraded to firm, so the main track is fast, the turf now listed firm. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Denali allowance optional claiming race. Claiming price $62,500. 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. No scratches in race 6. A reminder the jockey for the 5 Zip On By is Edgar Morales. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering offered here. 5 minutes to post. Number 1 is Traveling Midas, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Rusty Arnold. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 2, Complexifier, owned by Fort Springs Racing of Stuart Smith. Brian Lynch, the trainer. Julian Leperoux, the jockey. 3, Early Mischief, owned by REV Racing LLC of trainer Jim Baker. James Graham will ride. 4, Much Better, owned by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba. Steve Asmussen trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides. 5, Zip On By, owned by Ed and Susie Orr, trained by Ray Hernandez. The jockey is Edgar Morales. 6, Super Saul, owned by Zayat Stables LLC of Ahmed Zayat, trained by Steve Asmussen. The jockey, Corey Lannery. 7, Almithmar, owned by Agave Racing Stable of Mark Martinez, by ERJ Racing LLC of Eric Johnson, trained by Phil D'Amato. Florent Giroux is up. 8, Candy Cornell, owned by Arnold Benowith, trained by Robertino Diodoro. The jockey, David Cohen. And 9, Rubus, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Philip Bauer. The jockey, Rafael Bejarano. Post time in 4 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's sixth race, the Denali, start of the late pick 4. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's sixth race. Number 5, Zip On By, is a late scratch. Keeneland's sixth race, on the advice of the veterinarian, late scratch number 5, Zip On By. Again, the horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's sixth, start of the late pick 4, the Denali. They are at the post. They're off. Candy Cornell for the lead, and Early Mischief has early speed as well. Early Mischief ahead in front from Complexifier, who kicks in and slides down next to the rail to press the issue up the back stretch. Traveling Midas comes away running in third position. Candy Cornell going to back off into the fourth spot, just over 2 lengths off the front pair. Rubus is fifth on the outside of that one. Much Better is in some traffic in sixth into the far turn. Super Sol 3 wide onto the turn in the seventh spot. Al Mithmar eighth and last, 22.27 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Early Mischief has the lead by 3/4 of a length around the far turn. Candy Cornell now starts to inch forward into second. Rubus tries to join them in third. A length separates the top three at the quarter pole. Complexifier is fourth off the turn. Traveling Midas has dropped out to the back. They turn for home. Here comes Rubus outside of Candy Cornell, and Early Mischief is still there, though, with the lead toward the inside. And Early Mischief fighting back, leads it by a length past the eighth pole. Early Mischief a length and a half to the good. And deep stretch here. Candy Cornell second, Rubus third. Almithmar, the gray, runs to fourth, but well behind Early Mischief. Early Mischief and James Graham to win it. Candy Cornell was home second, Rubus third. Almithmar was fourth, Complexifier fifth.
Well, it's pretty clear the key to this gelding is getting him out on the front end. That's when he gets confidence, and that is exactly what he had here today. Great job by Jimmy Graham being aggressive away from the starting gate, something we saw this tandem do back in February at Fairgrounds when they won by 2 lengths. He's just a different performer when he's on the front end. Well done to Jimmy Baker and his team with his son of Into Mischief out of the Candy Ride mare, Sugar in the Morning, Rev Racing LLC, Early Mischief, just running them off their feet. And look at those fractions, 22-1, 44-4, 56-3 for the 5/8, and he finishes up the 3/4 of a mile in 109 flat. Early Mischief, well done.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 3 Early Mischief first, 8 Candy Cornell second, 9 Rubus third, 7 Almithmar fourth, and 2 Complexifier fifth. 3-8-9-7-2 unofficial. Race 6 results official. 3-8-9-7-2, the official results, and the official winner of the Denali. 3 Early Mischief, owned by Rev Racing LLC of trainer Jimmy Baker. James Graham, the winning jockey. Early Mischief, a 4-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of Sugar in the Morning by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 9.05 seconds. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $3,000 $32 for the next eligible race. Seventh race is upcoming at Keeneland, the 35th running of the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. This Grade 3 stakes will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also is offered here. A reminder, scratch the 2 speech. Scratch the 2 speech, no superfecta on this 7th race. Jockey for the 1, Slam Dunk, Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione rides the 1. 8th race feature, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, High Crime, is Julien Leperoux. Leperoux rides the 2, High Crime. Remember, the turf is now listed firm. Looking ahead to the 9th event, scratch the 2, Mine Own Star. Scratch 14, Company Clown. And scratch 15, Rotten Scoundrel. Number 13, Mr. K, draws into the race. The jockey for the 11, Okie Roughneck, Rafael Bejarano. Bejarano rides the 11. Wave the Bug, the weight 119 pounds. Contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding.
First of two featured events here today. We start with the Grade 3 Beaumont Stakes presented by Keeneland Select, a race that will offer up not only significant clout when it comes to being a Grade 3 or Grade 3 winner or Grade 3 placed filly in here, but also the fact that you're going to acquire some Kentucky Oaks points if you finish in the top 3. There are 20 to the winner, 8 for the runner-up, and 4 for the third place finisher. And right now, Gabby Gaudet, it looks like everybody is on board with Four Graces, a horse that I know that you like, in a recent Grade 3 winner at Churchill Downs in the Dogwood.
I do. I mean, she showed ability from the get-go when she won her maiden special weight first time out, but she just looks like she's figuring it out more and more with each and every single race. Her last race was so strong, and she has recency, which might be able to give her the upper hand over your second choice, the 4, Wicked Whisper.
Well, she looks good down there walking around with the handlers, her grooming, and the assistant, so she certainly looks the part here down in the paddock. I'm going to take a swing against her with the Keeneland graduate, Wicked Whisper, for the Leblongs and trainer Steve Asmussen. This is a Grade 1 winner from last year, part of the first crop of Liam's Map, who produced a couple of Grade 1 winners, which includes Basin, who we'll see tomorrow in the Toyota Bluegrass. But this is a filly that was very good sprinting in her first 2 starts, and the reason I'm going to her is that I think that the turn back is going to be no issue whatsoever, and she beat in the Grade 1 Frizette at Belmont last year Frank's Rocket, who last weekend won a graded stakes race at Belmont Park, the Victory Ride, and did so in style. So Wicked Whisper, the alternative, and the clear second choice at odds of 8-5. The 3, Four Graces, pretty clear cut why I would use her in second. She's really done nothing wrong over the course of her career, minus the 1 mile race where she just simply got tired in that start. Julian Leperoux, he's won this race in the past. He did so 11 years ago with a horse by the name of Warkill, and we'll see if Witham's Thoroughbreds and Ian Wilkes can come away with another Grade 3 victory with this homebred, Daughter of Majestic Perfection. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Sconsin, at 9-1. If the pace gets too hot, and we've seen some very quick paces here today. This track is playing fast, so it's going to be tough for Sconsin to close over this track, in my opinion. But I still think that she's one you have to respect and take a look at least underneath. She's 9-1 right now. She was a good winner last time out, going 6.5 furlongs. So 7/8 doesn't look like it will be a bother whatsoever. She's currently a 9-1 as mentioned. So 4-3-5 for me in this Grade 3 Beaumont Stakes.
Well, I'm landing on the 3-5 favorite, Scott. I think she is a quality filly, and I mentioned she has the recency as well, which could give her the upper hand over the 4 Wicked Whisper, who I think is very good too. But 7 furlongs off the layoff with other speed could be a little bit of an issue. But the 3, Four Graces, one thing about her last race in the Grade 3 Dogwood, I thought it was so visually impressive because of the fact that she was on the rail. There were 4 horses stacked to her outside. Usually when we see horses put in a precarious position like that, they don't do well, and she absolutely turned all of those challengers away, and then turned away Edgeway, who was the only horse who was closing from off of the pace. She went on to win by over 2 lengths in the Grade 3 Dogwood. So she hasn't had things easy in some of her career starts thus far. She just has class, she's got tenacity, and I think she is a good one. So 4 Graces is going to be the top selection here for trainer Ian Wilkes, a half to McCracken. Here's the 4 Wicked Whisper, talking about pedigree. She's actually a half sister to Point of Honor, who was recently second in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. So some really nice pedigree there to speak of. And not only that, but she's also by Liam's Map. And you know, as Scott was mentioning, Liam's Map continued to get better during his career, and that might be the case with the 4 Wicked Whisper. She obviously was very precocious. She beat Highland Glory in her debut, a really nice turf filly for Barclay Tagg. She came back to beat Frank's Rocket, who recently won the victory ride at Belmont Park. So, yeah, the quality is there. The question is, can she hang with the 3 Four Graces early off of the layoff at 7 furlongs and hold off the late challenges by some of these closers? Talking about the closers, the 6 Turtle Tracks. I actually just spoke to trainer Ian Wilkes about an hour ago and talked about this particular filly. He seemed pretty bullish of this filly's chances. He said that she's gotten a lot better in her last couple of races. She's maturing. So all positive comments from Ian Wilkes in regards to the 6 Turtle Tracks. Now, she might be up against it a little bit from a pace standpoint, but if, we do think that the 4 Wicked Whisper will challenge the likes of Four Graces early, and both of these kind of, battle each other on the front end, I think this race could set up for the 6 Turtle Tracks, who clearly looks like an improving type of filly, and she looks great in the paddock too. So trainer Ian Wilkes really has this field cornered, in my opinion, with both of his charges. It's a good one. Very excited to get to it and see what we have in store between the 3 Four Graces and even the 4 Wicked Whisper in her return, last seen in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We are 14 minutes out from the Grade 3 Beaumont.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 35th running of the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. Grade 3 stakes for 3-year-old fillies. Beard course, about 7 furlongs. The track is fast. Scratch 2, Speech. Number 2, Speech, scratch. No superfecta. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Slam Dunk, Tyler Gaffalione. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time is 6 minutes. And let's meet the field for the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. Number 1, Slam Dunk, is owned by Magic Cap Stables of Joe Anzalone, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 2 is scratched. 3 is Four Graces, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes. The jockey, Julien Leperoux. Wicked Whisper, number 4, owned by Joanne and Alex Leblong, trained by Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, the jockey. 5, Sconson, owned by Lloyd Madison Farms 4, LLC, of Fred Schwartz and others, trained by Greg Foley, the jockey, James Graham. And 6, Turtle Tracks, owned by Brereton Jones, trained by Ian Wilkes. The jockey is Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time at 5 minutes.
Well, these 5 sophomore fillies acting well out here on the racetrack as we see them pick up their warm-up and break away from the post parade. We'll start with the Slam Dunk, the number 1 horse who's 19-1, the Into Mischief filly who hasn't won since she broke her maiden in the slop at Churchill Downs, and that was just 2 starts back. They ran her as a maiden, and she picked up grade 1 placing in the Frizette, the race that was taken by Wicked Whisper at Belmont Park. So a good effort, beaten 6 lengths in the end. And she'll have to be either be aggressive from the inside draw, or we'll see if Tyler Gaffalione will decide to come back and swoop around horses if, in fact, she's not sharp away from the starting gate. But a grade 1 placed filly in this grade 3, and she's 18-1 right now. The number 3 horse, Four Graces, she looks lovely out on the track as well. She looked great down there in the paddock, and you can see how fit she is, and she should be. She's had a lot of recent racing. There are a lot of horses right now that haven't had as much racing as she has, just due to the pause in racing that we had to take for several weeks in various locations. But she's been consistently going at it, and going back to the beginning of March, she ran in early April and had the luxury of being at Gulfstream Park to get that race in at Gulfstream, with racing continuing on in South Florida. And then you had that Churchill effort, and then obviously her most recent win in the grade 3 Dogwood. Wicked Whisper, she looks as fit as a horse can be off of the 8-month layoff. The daughter of Liam's Map for Joanne and Alex Leblong, paid $500,000 for her in 2008 right here at Keeneland in the September sale. And as I pointed out, she's going to have to show some speed. It's going to be a quickly run race. You've got to think that Rosario needs to stay right with Four Graces, the number 3, another one that's got some speed. And maybe if he can out-jump her, that would arguably be a better situation to try to make Four Graces play catch-up down the backstretch. But she looks fantastic out on the racetrack. Sconson, let's see how she looks in warm-up, the filly that we expect to see coming from off the pace. They've kept her very relaxed. You can see Jimmy Graham not asking much of her in this warm-up as we approach 3 minutes to post. But she's a filly that has proven that when she gets a hot pace out in front of her, she can come rolling on late, as Jimmy keeps her very, very even at this point in time. And then Turtle Tracks to the outside, 9-1 shot, another one that's probably going to be coming from off the pace. Brian Hernandez Jr., I think has his best opportunity in doing so and being right there with Wisconsin as she sits, as mentioned, at 9-1 for Brereton Jones. But this is a fantastic renewal of the Grade 3 Beaumont Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. Gabby, final thoughts as we get ready for this group to clash for Grade 3 glory?
This is a good group of fillies, and the more I look at them on the main track, the more I just fall in love with each and every one of them. I will say, I just talked to Greg Foley, the trainer of the 5 Wisconsin, and he said he didn't think her last race was any bit of a fluke. He's always shown in the morning that she is that type of quality, so maybe look for this filly. The only thing he did say, the track's been kind of favoring some horses that have been forwardly placed, so she might be up against it from that standpoint.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 35th running of the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select, Grade 3. They are at the post. They're off in the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select. There goes 4 Graces out for the lead. Slam Dunk is right there to the inside. And here's Wicked Whisper to join that pair. She moves up to the far outside. These 3 joined up, separated by a half length, heading up the back stretch. Wicked Whisper now gets alongside of 4 Graces. Ahead separates the top 2. Slam Dunk backs away into third. A length and a half off that front pair. Now 2 lengths from the front. Gap of 3 more. Back to the 2 trailers. Turtle Tracks on the outside. And Wisconsin against the rail. 22.29 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. 4 Graces has the lead at the entry to the far turn. Leads it by just a neck. Wicked Whisper there on the outside. Second by 2. Slam Dunk goes third by 2.5. Followed by Wisconsin in fourth. And Turtle Tracks is last of the 5, running 6 lengths off the lead. Midway around the far turn now. 4 Graces and Wicked Whisper still separated by a half length to the top of the stretch. A gap of 5 more lengths. Wisconsin starts her run. She now goes to third. Turtle Tracks on her outside as they straighten away for home. 4 Graces with Wisconsin trying to take a run at her from the outside. Wicked Whisper has lost ground in the stretch. Turtle Tracks goes to third. It is 4 Graces still chased by Wisconsin, but with 5 lengths separating this pair past the 16th pole, and 4 Graces will take the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select for Julien Leperoux. Wisconsin was home second, and then it was Turtle Tracks across the line in third, Wicked Whisper fourth, and Slam Dunk fifth.
Well, she's now a two-time Grade 3 winner, and boy, was she flying out there. She went 3/4 of a mile in 1:08.4. She finishes up 7/8 in 1:24.4. Wicked Whisper hung with her as long as she possibly could. Then here comes Sconson, but it was too little, too late as Four Graces picks up this Grade 3 success at Keeneland.
And that's what makes her so impressive, is that she can take early pressure no matter how fast they're going, and she still digs in. Look at this filly. She just absolutely loves what she's doing here in the afternoon. I know she's a multiple Grade 3 winner. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her at the Grade 2, Grade 1 level moving forward this year.
If she stays this fast, she most certainly will. Congratulations to Julian Leperoux as he picks up his second win in the Grade 3 Beaumont in his career.
Unofficial results of Keeneland 7th. 3 Four Graces was first, 5 Sconson was second, 6 Turtle Tracks third, and 4 Wicked Whisper fourth. 3:5.64 unofficial. The time over the Beard course, 1 minute 24.9 seconds. A stakes and track record. Results of race 7 official, 3:5.64, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. The official winner of the 35th running of the Beaumont, presented by Keeneland Select Grade 3, dialing up a stakes and track record. Number 3, Four Graces. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes, and the jockey is Julian Leperoux. 3-year-old filly, Four Graces by Majestic Perfection out of Ivory Empress by Seeking the Gold. The Beard course, 7 furlongs, 184 feet, in 1 minute, 24 0.9 seconds.
How many more you got? Are you in
4
there now?
graces, that's a track and stakes record here in the Grade 3 Beaumont
Louis
Stakes
Sayers.
presented by Keeneland Select. Julian Leperoux was aboard for that speedy ride. Did you realize how fast you were going early on in this race?
Well, she's a fast filly. The track is pretty quick today too, but she was doing it very nicely for me in a good rhythm, and that's the way she likes to run, free, and she make that big kick at the end.
Was she tired at all?
No, you know what? I'm surprised I broke the track record really because she was still some left. So, but she's getting much better right now, and she's doing very good. So, we're happy to get the win.
Job well done. Congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
second win in the Beaumont. Ian, as you were watching this race go on, she obviously had a really nice filly up alongside her early on, and watching these fractions click off, what were you thinking?
You know, I was just watching Julian and watching the filly. He hadn't asked her, and she's got her ears clicking back and forth, so I was quite comfortable with her. And then I was switching back and watching Turtle too.
Would you consider stretching her back out to a route of ground at some point in time?
Right now, no. We'll go to, most likely I'll talk to Mrs. Whittam and Clay, and we'll point for the test.
Well, good. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you there.
Thanks.
4 graces, just too much for him here today in the Beaumont presented by Select.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's featured 8th race coming up, 32nd running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf is firm. Julian Leperoux, the jockey for the 2, High Crime. Looking ahead to the 9th and final race, scratch the 2, Mine Own Star, scratch 14, Company Clown, and scratch 15, Rotten Scoundrel. Jockey for the 11, Okie Roughneck, will be Rafael Bejarano. Wave the Bug, the weight 119 pounds. And contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding.
In the 1950s, the very first case of Maker's Mark was served at Keeneland Racetrack. The proceeds have always gone to non-profit charitable organizations.
$50,000 from the proceeds of the bottle will go to the PDJF.
To help the jockeys to pay the bill.
PGF steps in, helps them with everything they need.
Thanks Keeneland and Maker's Mark for the contributions from the bottle house.
Thank Maker's Mark and Keeneland for being a big part of that. They've done so much for us.
Time now for the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, featuring a rematch of the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile from Santa Anita just a few weeks back, and he just went into the saddling stall, Gabby, Raging Bull. But for a second, I thought that the Breeders' Cup trophy became alive and started walking around here, because that's how good and defined Raging Bull looks in the flesh.
He looks absolutely incredible, and he certainly is the horse to beat at 7-5. But trainer Chad Brown, we mentioned this earlier, he is at 99 Grade 1 victories, so he's on the precipice of reaching a major milestone in his career.
And he's got two opportunities, not just Raging Bull, but Without Parole, a horse that ran a big race and found some traffic in that race at Santa Anita, the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile on the 25th of May. That's the 8th, who's 8-5. But I'm going with Raging Bull. Here's a horse that was very good. He should find a way to get out into the clear. Joel Rosario knows that's when he's going to be at his best. And last year in this race, back in April of last year, he was well back, but Delta Prince put in a wicked late run. He was, in fact, dead last in this race at the top of the stretch. Delta Prince and is able to come on and win with Javier Castellano. But Raging Bull, to me, I think he's just a better horse right now. The firm going will be to his liking. He is just a serious, serious horse. And there was a point in time where I myself, and I think a lot of folks, felt that maybe a mile wasn't going to be his best distance, because Chad had to really separate Raging Bull and last year's eventual Horse of the Year in Bricks and Mortar and try to find them on a different path. And it seemed like they were going to have to clash at some point in time. And obviously Bricks and Mortar has since retired after his Breeders' Cup win at Santa Anita and his Horse of the Year campaign. But boy, was I wrong. Raging Bull is very good at a mile, and he is just so wicked late in these races and looks so good. There he is. You can see him coming out right now. You'll see exactly what we're talking about, and especially once he gets to the front side out on the track and into the sun. My second choice, I'm not getting creative here. It's Without Parole. I think that he moves up with the fact that this turf course has dried out over the course of the afternoon. I thought there was going to be some concerns with rain coming today, but it's really obviously not developed that way. And for him, just finding him a clear path earlier on is going to be the key with Irad Ortiz Jr., because he has turned things around since coming over from Europe, where he was campaigned by one of the all-time greats in John Gosden, winner of the St. James's Palace Group 1 at Royal Ascot in 2018. But since arriving to Chad Brown, being around a busier environment, that's been the key for him. And then finally, the old veteran of the show, Next Shares, winner of the Shadwell Turf Mile, Grade 1 winner here a few years back at Keeneland, sprung a massive upset that day. Today, looks like he's going to go off right around the 7-1 mark, a Keeneland graduate who showed that there is still plenty of run left in those 7-year-old legs off of his last two races. He was third in the Grade 1 Kilroe at Santa Anita, and then followed that up with a runner-up effort in the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile. Johnny Velasquez, he's won this race in the past. He did so with now Hall of Famer, winner of the 2014 Maker's Mark Mile in Wise Dan. So I'm going with those three, 4, 8, 9 in this Grade 1 feature.
And he is one of 4 Grade 1 winners in this field already. I'm going to start with my top selection, the 8 Without Parole. Again, going back to the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile. It's a very important race to discuss and deconstruct and, try to figure out what horses you want out of it. In my opinion, Without Parole was a little bit closer to the pace, that very hot pace that seemingly fell apart. And also, he was just absolutely buried down on the inside under Irad Ortiz. Once he finally got a little bit of room to run, he quickened, but he just ran out of real estate and couldn't finish, to beat the likes of Neck Shares, who was kind of out in the clear closing from off of it. So Without Parole, I think he's very good, and with a good trip, he might be able to turn the tables on a horse like Raging Bull. Take a look at Raging Bull, the number 4 at 7-5, and as Scott was mentioning, this horse just looks incredible. I talked to the assistant trainer, Whit Beckman, yesterday afternoon, just asking how these horses shipped in from Belmont. He said, they look great, they're ready to roll, and that's exactly what I'm seeing with both of them, but in particular, Raging Bull. I guess the question is, does that pace develop in front of him? Where does that pace come from? The 2, High Crime, for sure. It definitely depends on what we see from War of Will. I know the blinkers are coming off today, but he was very sharp last time out. So even without a pace that develops in front of him, he still very well could run this field down. He might just be that good. We will find out. And the number 10, War of Will, of course, last year's Grade 1 winner, Grade 1 winner of the Preakness Stakes. He's hoping for that Grade 1 wins on both the dirt and the turf. And taking a look at him in the paddock here right now, he looks sharp. He really does. He's always been a beautiful looking individual. I'm seeing that from him here today. He is getting a little bit warm in the paddock, and he is sharp, but he was sharp going into his last race last time out. So blinkers going off to maybe help settle him a bit early, but I don't think Tyler Gaffleone wants to take him, out of the game early. This is a horse who possesses natural speed. Get him going, maybe sit just off of the 2, High Crime, in here and go from there. But I actually thought his last race, number 1, he needed it in the Shoemaker Mile. Number 2, he was involved in that very fast pace that seemingly collapsed. So maybe with 1 race under his belt and his second start, we're going to see a big improvement. Will it be a big enough improvement to turn the tables on Raging Bull? We shall see. But this is a quality field, one of my favorite races of the year, and very excited to get to it. We are 11 minutes out from the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, 32nd running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. 4-year-olds and up at 1 mile over the firm turf. No scratches in this race. A reminder, the jockey for the 2 High Crime is Julien Leperoux. 7 minutes to post. For the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, number 1 is Himbree, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Javier Castellano, the jockey. 2 High Crime, owned by Silverton Hill, LLC, of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Darren Miller, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 3 Parlor is owned by Michael Hoy, by Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, and WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Florent Giroux. 4 Raging Bull races for Peter Brandt, trainer Chad Brown, jockey Joel Rosario. 5 English Bee, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey James Graham. 6 Everfast races also for Calumet Farm, trained by Jack Sisterson, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 7 Emmaus, owned by M&J Thoroughbreds LLC of Jessica Dietz and Martin Doherty, and by Riverside Bloodstock LLC of Connor Murphy, trained by Connor Murphy, Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 8 Without Parole, owned by John and Tanya Gunther, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Arad Ortiz Jr. 9 Next Shares, owned by Debbie Baltus, Richard Baltus, Julia and Michael Ivarone, Jerry McClanahan, Jeremy Peskoff, Richie Robershaw, and Mark Taylor, trained by Richard Baltus. The jockey is John Velasquez. And 10 War of Will, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Five minutes away from the Grade 1 feature of this afternoon, the Maker's Mark Mile. And just wanted to start with the number 2 horse, High Crime. What he lacks in experience against these types, he may make up for in looks. Really nice looking colt by Violence. He's a horse that's run 3 times on the turf course. He has 5/8, 5.5 furlong sprint speed, so he could be a danger in here, the number 2 horse at 44-1 early on in this race. And don't forget the fact that this turf course has been drying out over the course of the afternoon, and about 45 minutes ago it was graded to firm. As far as the full horse Raging Bull, he looks a different class when looking at these horses all grouped out here together in post braid. You have to respect him, obviously. And Chad Brown looking for his first win in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. He was just so good in that Shoemaker Mile back at the end of May. Tough to sleep on him. The 6 Everfast, he's another one he's been tested against stakes quality types and Grade 1 types going back to last year at the age of 3 when he was running in Triple Crown races. In fact, finished second in the Preakness, and Jack Sisterson opting to run this horse on the turf course here today. I thought he looked really nice out there He sits at 60-1. The 8-horse Without Parole, he's not the biggest, but boy, is he good. We've seen this 5-year-old now by Frankel run quite well since arriving in the United States. So Without Parole for John and Tanya Gunther. Back in 2018, we mentioned winner at Royal Ascot. That was the same year in which the Gunthers were honored with breeder of the year, and that was due in large part to breeding Justify, horses Vino Rosso, and this colt was part of that crop as well, Without Parole. So a fantastic looking horse. And let's just get a shot of the veteran runner in Next Shares, the 7-year-old. We would have no idea that he's 7, the Keeneland November graduate from 2017. He's run 2 very good races over firm going. His Grade 1 success here, Shadwell Mile, a few years back, came when there was a little bit more cut in the ground. So he's a horse that you cannot ignore at odds of 8-1. As we close in on post time for the first Grade 1 of this summer meet at Keeneland, the Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 32nd running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Maker's Mark Mile. High Crime broke very alertly, comes right out for the lead. Parlor comes away running in second. War of Will to the far outside. Everfast also up close to the early pace as the field heads for the first turn. High Crime, the leader. High Crime to the inside has the lead from Parlor. Top 2 separated by a length here early on. War of Will goes third, a lane off the rail. He's third by a half length. Everfast is tucked away neatly into the 4th position. Emmaus is 5th. Raging Bull is 6th. Without Parole is 7th. English B is 8th back toward the inside. Hembry is in 9th. And Next Shares is last of 10. 23.17 seconds the time for the opening quarter. And High Crime is the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch, High Crime on top by a length. Parlor goes second a length. War of Will is third by 3/4 of a length. Everfast is fourth. Emmaus fifth. Raging Bull is sixth. 46.91 seconds. For the first half mile, High Crime leads the field onto the far turn by just a length. Here's Parlor inching forward in second between horses. War of Will, third, will have to go to the far outside around the turn. Everfast is fourth back toward the rail. Then Emmaus, and then Raging Bull. 7 lengths off the lead, angling toward the center of the course. High Crime is still the leader. Parlor alongside. Raging Bull trying to find more. Likewise for War of Will. Parlor puts ahead in front from High Crime. War of Will is in third. Raging Bull fourth. Parlor is in front. War of Will still second. Parlor, War of Will, Raging Bull. Late charge from Without Parole at the line. War of Will, maybe. That's a photo for the win. Either that one or Parlor in the Maker's Mark Mile.
Each and every year, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile delivers, and boy, did it again. Everybody had a fair shake at it as the running was on down the stretch. Gabby Gaudet and War of Will, maybe, just maybe, slightly better than Parlou, who ran a huge race at 24-1.
I have goosebumps, Scott. I won't even lie. This was such an incredible edition of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. It's going to be a very, very close finish. But if War of Will does indeed get up, that would mean Grade 1 wins on both the dirt and the turf.
Another look at it right on the wire. It does look like he's got the advantage on the wire by just a nose, but the placing judges will have to take a look at the photo. Great ride by Florent Giroux. Very, very, very close in this Grade 1 event. And the 2 ran a big race as well, setting the pace. Raging Bull, he had every opportunity. Right, we had Without Parole trying to make up ground late, but those horses out in front with the jump on the group, that ended up being the difference on those closers. You can see Raging Bull right there involved as well. He always shows up, but it's going to come down to the judges.
Well, you know, Scott, unlike last time out in the Grade 1 Shoemaker Mile, the race didn't fall apart today. The pace overall pretty much held together, and all considering that, I thought Raging Bull still ran his race. It was just a completely different situation today.
We'll wait for the photo to come down, but it does appear from multiple looks at it that War of Will has just become a multiple Grade 1 winner, and a Grade 1 winner now on turf.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. 10, War of Will finished first. 3, Parlor was second. 4, Raging Bull third. 8, Without Parole fourth. And 7, Emmaus fifth. 10, 3, 4, 8, 7, unofficial. Classic winner on dirt, Grade 1 winner on turf. Keeneland's 8th race feature, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, 32nd running, number 10, War of Will. Owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. War of Will, a 4-year-old son of Warfront out of Visions of Clarity by Sadler's Wells, bred in Kentucky by Flaxman Holdings Limited. War of Will, a Keeneland September sales graduate by route of private sale. The time for the mile, 1 minute 34.55 seconds over the turf listed firm. Race 8, official. 10-3-4-8-7, the official results of Keeneland's featured 8th.
War of Will taking a renewal.
There's nobody here, but still a thrill.
Mark Mile and ride. Tyler, you'd been aboard this horse during his successes as a 3-year-old in the Preakness Stakes. This was the first time that you rode this horse on turf. How did he feel? Was there any difference in him?
First off, I want to say congratulations to Mark and Mr. Barber. They deserve this. They're great people, and they have such an amazing team. You know, I think getting the last race out of the way, get the start into him, get the nerves out, and I think taking off the blinkers today helped him. He relaxed beautifully going around there, and when I called on him, he really finished up nicely.
Is he better on turf or is he better on dirt?
I think he'd do either way, but I mean, he's just a quality horse. Either way you go, I think you're solid.
This is a big accomplishment. Congratulations, Tyler. Job well done.
Thank you.
David, coming into the race, how were you feeling about the opportunity here today, getting that race under his belt in the Shoemaker Mile and the field that he was going to have to encounter?
When the horse, first of all, it's a great win for the team in a very challenging year, and one from Mr. Barber. And War of Will, he's such a tremendous horse, and we all love him. And coming into this race, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I was a little bit nervous. I didn't think he was training maybe quite as sharp as he could. His last work was like, okay, he's back. Felt a lot more confident. We were happy to see him back on turf. You know, he's bred for it. And we felt like today, with the pace scenario, that he'd be laying close. And what a ride for Tyler. It was an unbelievable race, and we're delighted, and just a big win for the whole team.
Mark Cassie, Gary Barber, they're known for running horses frequently. I'm sure you haven't had a chance to speak to Mark. Maybe you've had conversations on how the rest of the year will look. What would you anticipate seeing from him and getting him back here, maybe for the Shadwell and then obviously for a race in the Breeders' Cup?
Well, Scott, I talked to Mark briefly. First question was, did we get it? So thankfully we did. You know, we were pointing towards this race this year. It's hard to make plans. He's now Grade 1 winner on the dirt, Grade 1 winner on the turf. I'm sure Mark and Mr. Barber will enjoy this, and you know, we'll get him, and he'll tell us when he's ready to go again. But Mark likes to run, and so does Mr. Barber. But we're just over the moon for everybody today.
Congratulations. It was a great run, great renewal, and you beat some really classy horses today.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much.
Will, now a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, as the Keeneland sales graduate takes the Maker's Mark Mile here today.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. There is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $13,756. Scratch the 2, Mine Own Star. Scratch 14, Company Clown. Scratch 15, Rotten Scoundrel. A reminder, number 13, Mr. K, draws into the race. Jockey for the 11, Okie Roughneck, Rafael Bejarano. Wave the Bug, the weight 119 pounds. And contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding.
just about post time, actually 15 minutes away, excuse me. I'm still sitting and thinking about the Maker's Mark Mile and what we witnessed there, and the group of horses that were brought together. I mean, always, each and every year, we see the mile division on the turf, especially, bring so much class, and the Americans will be well represented in 2020 when we come back here in November when the Europeans invade.
I can't get over that last race. It's all year in and year out. It's always such an incredible race. We see some amazing performances, but that one might be pretty close to the top. War of Will, now a dual Grade 1 winner on both the dirt and the turf, a very exclusive list.
100%. All right, let's get into our selections for this ninth and final, and I'll go to the 6 horse, who is 9-5 as my first selection. That is Backshot, a Tapiture Ridgeling, who drops in for $50,000. Tyler Gaffalione looking to sweep the late daily double. And here's a horse that showed some life last time out when running against Maiden Special Weight Company, going a one-turn mile at Churchill Downs. So we'll cut back in distance. I think that's going to be a plus. His Oaklawn race, and a very quickly run race, I think is what you have to key off of. That is the 24th of April race that I'm referencing, where he was only beaten ahead. So Peter Miller, we've seen these California connections gravitate more towards Kentucky and leave strings in the Midwest, and this is part of that contingent for Peter Miller here today in the Phoenix Ladies Syndicate. So that is the filly, or the Ridgeling rather, for me to beat, that I feel is the one to beat here in race number 9. My second choice is the 4 Major Attraction. Very similar situation. The difference between he and the 6, he's already had his opportunity for Maiden 50, and it did result in a strong effort. He's going to have to be better, though, I think, than that race versus those like Backshot that are dropping in class, but he's still dangerous. He's got early speed, and Wayne Catalano, he's not scared to be aggressive with these Gary and Mary West horses. We'll see what this colt's about here today and what the plan is. Again, I think speed has to be the plan early on with Major Attraction. And then Assad, the number 1 horse, or excuse me, the number 10 horse, 1 horse, Assad, a horse that comes over off the claim for Danny Pites. I find it interesting that they're going to cut this horse back in distance. We'll see what Assad is able to do here today. Big price at 54-1, a big swing. I think an underneath horse at the very least. And also, just quickly, I think the 10 is worth mentioning as well. The number 10 horse, Baby White Sox, for Tom Drury Jr. Has a similar look to that of the Wayne Catalano horse. Showed speed, cuts back in distance here today. Already had that chance for 50. Watch out for him. But the Ravelli first-time starter is getting plenty of play in here, Gabby. That's the number 5 horse, and he looks well enough down in the paddock. The number 5, Dive Deep for Patricia's Hope LLC.
Yeah, and he's actually going to be my top selection, so I think it's encouraging to see him so live on the tote board right now at 7-2. Some of the reasons why I like him, you have to respect the pedigree, a 3-year-old by midshipman, but also, you know, some of the other factors here. Irad Ortiz is aboard him today. I think that's a positive sign. He's got some pretty quick workouts, including his gate workout on the 25th of June. And then on top of that, trainer Larry Ravelli with maiden claimers and their first start, sprinting on the dirt. He's 45%, $3.80 ROI. So when you bet him, they usually win, and you make money at the end of the day. So I did go in that direction, but I do respect the 6, Backshot. I don't think he's going to be that slow. He definitely, obviously, he cuts back in distance. He showed speed last time out at the mile, but when he was sprinting, he was just off the pace. So I at least like to see that. And that particular race at Oaklawn on the 24th of April, he finished second to Ragtime Blues, who would come back to win an A other than, and actually is now Grade 3 place. So it was a very good race, and he probably holds the class of this field. And then finally, the 10 Baby White Sox. I think you have to respect some of the horses that could be forwardly placed in here, like the 4 and like the 10. I do prefer the cutback with Baby White Sox, and I like that it comes in his second start off of the layoff, and he's got, you know, the advantage of being to the outside. But the main track has been, it's been pretty fair, but obviously horses who have been forwardly placed have, it's been a little bit easier for them to handle. So take that into consideration here. A horse that's in the paddock, he's got some cool markings underneath of his stomach. I'm going to actually have to go in and take a closer look at this individual, the 10 Baby White Sox, right now at 10-1. It's been an incredible day. Once again, thank you guys for joining us here this afternoon, and lots of excitement tomorrow. So make sure you come back and join us once again on Toyota Bluegrass Day tomorrow afternoon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, a maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, with a $50,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2, Mine Own Star, scratch 14, Company Clown, and scratch 15, Rotten Scoundrel. A reminder, number 13, Mr. K, draws into the race. Jockey for the 11, Okie Roughneck, Rafael Bejarano, Wave the Bug, the weight 119. And contrary to the program, number 5, Dive Deep, is a gelding. 13,000 plus in the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot. Now the post parade for race 9. Number 1 is Assad, owned by Sean Mitchell, trained by John David Wells. Rogelio Miranda is up. 2 is Scratch. 3, Americane Joey, owned by Anthony Stephen and Carla Stephen, trained by Anthony. The jockey is Miguel Mena. 4, Major Attraction, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Wayne Catalano. The jockey, Sean Bridgemahan. 5 is Dive Deep, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, trained by Larry Ravelli, the jockey, Arad Ortiz Jr. 6, Backshot, owned by Phoenix Lady Syndicate of Pamela Cordina, trained by Peter Miller, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 7, Scobie, owned by Corrigan Racing Stable Incorporated of Jimmy Corrigan, who is also the trainer, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. 8, 2x2, owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds LLC of Lori Michaels, trained by Ian Wilkes. Chris Landeros is up. 9, Vasariano, owned by Steve Asmussen, who's also the trainer. The jockey is Keith Asmussen. 10, Baby White Sox, owned by Bruce Lunsford, trained by Tom Drury. The jockey, Colby Hernandez. 11, Okie Roughneck, owned by Dream Walkin' Farms of Toby Keith Covell and others, trained by Nick Zito. The jockey is Rafael Bejarano. 12, On Your Mark, owned by Stephen Andriot, Steve Vanovich, and Brad Kane. Greg Foley is the trainer, and James Graham, the jockey. And number 13, Mr. K, is owned by the Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Neil Pesson, the jockey, Mitchell Merle. Post time in 4 minutes.
Four minutes away from this ninth. It has been a very fun Friday afternoon of racing here from Keeneland. As if for those of you joining us from Keeneland at home, don't forget a huge day tomorrow. Several stakes races, all stakes picks 5, all stakes late pick 4. Both of those pools guaranteed at $500,000. But Gabby, we'll focus plenty of attention on that between tonight and tomorrow when we come back to the track. But let's try to get a winner on the way out. There's a look at the number 4 horse, a Major Attraction, Sean Bridgemahan in the saddle. What are you seeing here as this horse warms up?
I see a sharp horse, and he clearly has possesses speed, as he showed in his last race. So, maybe this race came up a little bit tougher than when he faced last time out, but I'm loving how he's looking on the track. He just looks sharp. He looks ready to go and incredibly fit today under Sean Bridgemahan.
Nice attitude from the number 4 horse for Wayne Catalano. Good luck to him. The number 5 horse, Dive Deep. We touched on the action that this horse was taking. He's been down to around 3-1 at times. He's back up to 7-2. The first-time starter for trainer Larry Ravelli by Midshipman. It's going to be debuting for maiden.
And looking at him, Scott, I wonder if this is a horse that's going to show a little bit of gate speed. I mean, talking about Larry Ravelli and just in general with his horses, they usually are very quick out of the gate. That's how they're trained in the morning. That's how they perform in the afternoon. But you can see him. He looks like a little rocket there on the track. So I guess, we're talking about the 4 who's likely going to show speed and even the 10 Baby White Sox. So I just wonder if he does show speed, if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing for him.
Let's quickly take a look at the 9 horse Vasariano, the colt by Bernardini, who gets Keith Asmussen in the saddle for his father, Steve Asmussen. He claimed this horse, did Steve, back at Churchill Downs in mid-June. He makes a very good appearance. We'll see what the game plan is here today with him cutting back in distance. You've got to think that Keith is going to have to be patient down the backstretch and try to make a run at him as Keith gets his second opportunity to ride here at the historic Keeneland Racecourse.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 9th race. Scratch number 6, Backshot. Late scratch in Keeneland's 9th race. Scratch number 6, Backshot. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Scobie out for the lead. Mr. K is away quickly. Dive Deep comes away a close-up third in the opening strides. Then American Joy in fourth. Major Attraction fifth. Baby White Sox far outside moves up 2 spots from sixth into fourth. Break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Vasariano, who's in the 7th position between horses. On Your Mark is 8th and moving up on his outside. Assad, 9th back toward the rail. Okie Roughneck is in 10th and 2 by 2. His last of 11 into the far turn. Scobie has the lead ahead, but there goes Dive Deep. 22.22 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Dive Deep puts ahead in front around the far turn. Scobie second by a length. Mr. K is third between horses. Baby White Sox fourth, being asked for more, swinging wide off the far turn. Major Attraction is fifth and running 5 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. And is still wide open. Mr. K to the outside, up to put ahead in front. Baby White Sox is right there alongside. Dive Deep fights onto the inside with Scobie. Mr. K, Scobie, those two go at it. And a late run from On Your Mark. On Your Mark coming after Mr. K, who's got the lead, though. Mr. K hanging tough. On Your Mark running out of time. Mr. K wins the nightcap for Mitchell Merle.
Not only Mitchell Merle, but Neil Pessin, who was riding just as hard as Mitchell Merle was down the stretch. Congratulations to him as Mr. K holds on for the victory, the number 13 at odds of 16-1.
Neil Pessin was making the grandstand shake here. Congratulations to him. Of course, he had to have a little bit of luck to draw into this race with some of the scratches, so he did, in fact, do that. And a great trip, great ride, great performance by the 13, Mr. K, getting the victory in his second career start.
Another winner today on this card for the sire Cantheros. Had an earlier one for trainer Wesley Ward, and this one a stylish victory on the cut back in distance, 13-12-5, still unofficial, and the nightcap here on Maker's Mark Friday.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th. 13, Mr. K was first. 12, On Your Mark was second. 5, Dive Deep third. 4, Major Attraction fourth. And 8, 2 by 2 fifth. In the winner's circle for race 9, 13, Mr. K, owned by the Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Neil Pessin. The jockey is Mitchell Merle. Mr. K, a 3-year-old gelded son of Cantheros, the second winner for that sire on the card. Out of Good Golly, Miss Dolly by Pleasant Tap, bred in Florida by Marie Bates. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute, 11.07 seconds. Race 9, results official, 13-12-548. The official results for Keeneland's 9th race. No perfect tickets at the Pick 6 today at Keeneland. There is a consolation 5 of 6 and a carryover for the Pick 6 of $65,976. The late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And the Super High 5, the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, will have a carryover of just over $20,000 heading into tomorrow's card, first post 1:05 p.m. Eastern. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time, and we thank you. Coming up in just a few moments, we'll have some final thoughts from Scott and Gabby. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Maker's Mark and for Keeneland Select, thank you and good evening.
Day 3 of the summer meet at Keeneland in the books, and we get the stakes racing underway. 10 stakes races over the final 3 days of the racing, and 2 today, highlighted by the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. We saw fantastic action, and it started with 4 Graces doing fantastic things in the Grade 3 Beaumont as she broke a track and stakes record with her victory against Grade 3 Company. Connection saying she'll go on to the Grade 1 test at Saratoga. And then it was War of Will that would mark the day as far as top performances. With his victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, he joins a very short list of horses to accomplish Grade 1 successes on both dirt and turf. Make sure you join us tomorrow as we continue to Keeneland at home. 6 stakes races highlighted by the Grade 2 Toyota Bluegrass.